Firstly, let me take this opportunity of welcoming everybody in this meeting as we're about to open. And according to our culture here of just having a devotion, can we just, every person can just acknowledge his superpower by just giving ourselves something like 15 seconds, just to acknowledge our superpowers by means of devotions. Thank you then. Can we go to the second item, that is attendance in the register? I believe that everybody has signed the register as it's circulating around. And I would also love to bring our attention to the fact that we've got our representative from the Auditor General Office, Mr. Faisal Jacobs, that is amongst us in our channel. And secondly, we are also observed by the public. So by so doing is to say we've got people that are in attendance, and in a special way, I welcome Mr. Friedman, that will be our acting director at Strategic Department. And in a special way, I also welcome my son, Ulutando Kolwak, that is joining the gallery. In that way, I just want to make sure that everybody has signed attendance amongst us. And thank you. Then our third item is the application for leave of absence. One of the persons that have just reported yesterday that she won't be amongst us. It was Councillor Tiffany Haramse due to personal reasons. Is there anyone who's got reasons or application for leave of absence amongst us? I believe that Mr. Memani, our Municipal Manager, will join us in the next 20 minutes time. Anyone? Will they leave any records?
No, I've got nothing from my side.
Sure. Anyone?
Yeah, the acting CFO is also joining with the.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay then. As we know that at item number 4, we're supposed to have confirmation of minutes. So you can take us through with our minutes so that we can confirm them. It's minutes from the 17th of January, 2023, where we're dealing with the case of irregularities. Those are the cases that we've already dealt with. Some they are still waiting for referred backs, but today we're not at all dealing with referred backs and everything else. But that is how far that we've went as the MPAC committee. Some of the cases are referred for investigations. So those are our minutes on the 17th of January 2023. Can we accept them?
Yes, Chair, a second.
I also second. Thank you. Then our point of 4.2 matters arising. I would ask to say today we wouldn't have matters of arising since we are not dealing with our minutes, previous minutes. And we're not including anything today other than we're dealing with our annual report, as it's supposed to be, preparing ourselves to present it on March in our council meeting. So I would say, okay, we don't have any matter arising today. We'll be strictly doing our presentation by Auditor General. So I would love us to join a 5.1 item where we'll give it over to Mr. Pfizer Jacobs to brief us with the findings, with everything, with the status of our audited report. Just to remind that the audit report is more there to give us a brief outcomes, how we did perform, and especially when it comes to our performances, our financial management, our compliances as the municipality. So it is more something that guides us and gives us a brief where we can take stock how we did perform. So I would love to say that let's give it over to Mr. Jacobs to take us through and also to caution us, so to say, as we know that even our brief was extended. So as I'm saying, okay, over to you, Mr. Jacobs. We welcome you to give us a synopsis of our performance of our town, a beautiful town, so to say. So over to you, sir. Are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that introduction. I just would like to mention that I'm the manager on the audit, but I do have my senior manager here, Ignatius Fourie, who will do the presentation. I just wanted to confirm whether you can see the presentation on your side.
Yes, we can see it, Mr. Jacobs. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll give over to Ignatius. Ignatius, you can just indicate if I should share it on the screen here also on my side.
Thank you, Faisal. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Ignatius Fourie. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for the audit of Bitou. Chair, I just want to know, do you want me to turn on my camera so that you can see me?
You can turn on your camera so that we can put a face together, especially as we are saying that Bitou is under your custody. So can we see our custodian so that we can relate, we put a face when you speak to us. Thank you, Mr. Nazir.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I've turned on my camera, so I hope that you can all see me now. So, Chair, I take it that the presentation was shared and that you can see it. I'm not going to go through the whole document as such. There's some background information and things in terms of the document, but I'll maybe just touch on a few things so that I can share the outcome with the committee. So maybe if whoever is presenting can maybe just go to paragraph 1.2 of the document. That just sets out the purpose of the document. So you will see that the purpose of the document is to provide you with a summary of the audit outcomes of the financial audit, the audit of performance information, and the audit of compliance with key legislation of the Bitou Municipality for the 21-22 financial year. So, Chair, you will note that our audit report covers 3 areas.
Yes.
In terms of legislation, we are required to give an opinion on the financial statements, and then we are required to also raise and report findings on the annual performance report and on compliance to laws and regulations. So you will see that I will cover all 3 of those areas in terms of the outcome for Bitou Municipality in terms of the presentation. And if you go to the actual audit report, you will also find those 3 headings in terms of the audit report, where detail of the 3 areas are covered. I'm then going to move on to paragraph 2 of the document. So if you can move to paragraph 2 and to the table that's included under paragraph 2 of the document. So you will see that is really where we share the audit outcome in terms of the last 3 years with yourself. And you will see that it's there like the orange color in terms of the audit opinion for the last 3 years. So there's been no change in terms of the audit outcomes for the last 3 years. So what that means is that you have an unqualified opinion on the financial statements, but
Yes.
with findings on performance information and findings on compliance to laws and regulations. So in terms of the financial statements, unqualified opinion mean that the financial statements are fairly presented. So we did not identify any material misstatements or material issues in terms of the financial statements, and they are fairly presented. We did, however, in terms of the compliance to laws and regulations, have a few material non-compliances that was reported, and you will see that that was in the area of procurement and contract management, expenditure management, and consequence management. I will go into the detail a little bit later as to what under those areas were, but just so that you can see. You will also note from that those areas has been reported on the last 3 years. So there's been no change in terms of the outcome on those areas. There were other non-compliances in other areas reported in the past, but those did not reoccur in the current year. Then, as it relates to the findings on the annual performance report or predetermined objectives, you will note that there were material findings on the predetermined objectives as well, and there has been for the last 2 years. So there has been no change from last year to the current year in terms of the findings on the predetermined objectives. I will also go into a little bit more detail of that then later on. Then the last part in the audit report is just we report on internal control deficiencies if we do have findings on the financial statements or findings on the annual performance report or findings to compliance with laws and regulations. Therefore, because we had findings on compliance and findings on predetermined objectives, we have reported the significant control deficiencies that led to that findings in the audit report as well. So, Chair, in summary, that is the audit outcome in terms of the Bitou municipality as included in our audit report. Then I'll just highlight a few things from the audit report itself. So if we look at the area of the financial statements, like I've indicated, it is unqualified, but we did have some matters that we are emphasizing to the user. So it's matters that's already disclosed that we are just highlighting to the user for their attention. It does not change the outcome and the unqualified opinion. It's purely matters that's already disclosed that we are highlighting. And you will find that in paragraph 2.1 of the document. So if you can move to paragraph 2.1 of the document, you'll note the areas that was highlighted to the user. So the first area is the restatement of corresponding figures. So you will note that in note 59 to the financial statements, the municipality did highlight those transactions and balances which were restated as a result of errors that was identified in the current year. Then the second area is material impairments, and we just refer the user to note 11 for the material impairments on receivables from exchange and non-exchange transactions, which currently stands at 327 million. And then we also highlight some material losses. So firstly, we highlight the electricity loss of 18%, the material water loss of 37.7%. And then we also just highlight the bad debts of 93.7 million that was written off. So, Chair, that is the matters that we just highlight to the users in terms of the financial statements. Then we also have 2 paragraphs in the audit report under the financial statements as additional matters. Now, these is matters that we just want to bring to the user's attention, but it does not impact the audit opinion, and it does not impact the unqualified opinion. And those 2 matters are just the unaudited disclosure notes. So in terms of section 125 of the MFMA, you are required to report in the financial statements any non-compliance to the MFMA. Now, if there's any disclosure made in terms of section 125, we do not audit that disclosure, and we do not express an opinion on that disclosure, as our audit of compliance does not cover all the areas of the MFMA, and we can therefore not give an opinion on any disclosures in terms of section 125(2)(e). And then the second area is just to state that the supplementary information, the annexes to the financial statements, which is set out on pages 166 to 170 of the financial statements, is additional information, and we have not audited those schedules. So, Chair, that covers then the audit of the financial statements. If we then move on to the audit of compliance and the compliance area, you will see that is covered in paragraph 3.1 of the document. If we can move to paragraph 3.1. So we first have the area of consequence management, and really what we are reporting under consequence management is that for unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, not all of it was investigated as required by section 32(2)(b) of the MFMA. So those investigations still needs to happen for unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful. Then under expenditure management, we are reporting that reasonable steps were not taken, firstly to prevent irregular expenditure, and also secondly to prevent unauthorized expenditure in terms of section 62 of the MFMA. And that results from irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure being incurred in the current year. And then the last area of non-compliance relates to procurement and contract management. And there we've reported that some of the goods and services with a transaction value below 200,000, so quotations, were procured without obtaining the required price quotations, which is in contravention of the supply chain management regulations. So those were the material findings as they relate to compliance to laws and regulations that's reported in the audit report. If we then move on to the performance information, which is set out on paragraph 3.2 of the document, you will note that we have selected and audited Objective 5, the provision of basic services. Now, the key performance indicators under Objective 5 that we tested, you will find those being reported in pages 83 to 85 of your annual report. And those are the key performance indicators that we have audited. You will then note, if we move a little bit down in terms of that paragraph, then just below the heading Objective 5, provisions of basic services, that's where we then had the material findings in terms of TL9 and TL11, where we have reported that the achievement reported in the annual performance report materially differed from the supporting evidence. So we couldn't substantiate the reporting of 11,893 and 11,857 for TL9 and TL11. Then in terms of the annual performance report, we further just highlight to the user where they can look at the achievement of the planned targets, because we don't give an opinion on the achievement of the planned targets. We report on the validity, accuracy and completeness of the reported information. So we just refer the user that for the objective that we tested, they can go to pages 83 to 85 to look at the achievement of the plan targets. And then, as I've mentioned, if we have findings in terms of compliance to legislation or findings on the annual performance report or findings on the financial statements, we also report the internal control deficiencies that resulted in that audit report, and those you can find in paragraph 3.3 of the document. If you go to paragraph 3.3 of the document, so you will see that the second paragraph is the first one that we report, and that is that Council did not appropriately perform the oversight role to approve the annual budget, which resulted in unauthorized expenditure being incurred. Then the next one is that management did not comply with Section 32 of the MFMA to ensure that unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure were investigated, and that the investigations were concluded within a reasonable period of time. And then the next one is that adequate reviews were not performed prior to the submission of the annual performance report, which resulted in material misstatements to the annual performance report not being detected by management. And then the last one is that management's processes implemented for the review and monitoring of compliance with the applicable SEM policy were inadequate to prevent and detect a failure by the relevant officials to record and obtain the Chief Financial Officer's approval for obtaining less than 3 quotations as required by the Municipal Supply Chain Management regulations. So, Chair, in short, those are the matters that was reported in the audit report and summarize the outcome of the audit for the Bitou Municipality. Then in terms of our document, paragraph 4, we've just highlighted some emerging risk that was reported to management as well, and matters that they just need to make sure that it is prioritized and addressed going forward. The first is just the new standards of generally recognized accounting practice, which we are highlighting to management, so they're aware of any changes to that needs to be considered for coming years. Then we've highlighted the new preferential procurement regulations, and just that the PPR for 2017 remain in force until the 15th of January 2023. So that is as far as the preferential procurement regulations were concerned. And then the last one that we've just highlighted is the municipal staff regulations, which comes into effect on, some of it comes into effect on 1 July 2022, or did come into effect on 1 July 2022, and then there's some chapters that comes into effect on 1 July 2023. Then the last matter that I just want to highlight is that for the audit of the annual performance report, we are still phasing in some criteria that we are auditing, and we're not reporting any findings in those on those criteria in the audit report currently. So those criteria that we are still phasing in and not reporting in the audit report is the overall presentation, and then also completeness of relevant indicators. And those are the two areas that we do not report on in the audit report. So I just want to draw your attention that we did have a material finding in respect of the completeness of relevant indicators, where we've highlighted to the municipality that the delivery of basic services to informal settlements, which is the primary responsibility in terms of their mandate, was not prioritized and included in the annual performance plan and service delivery and budget implementation plan and integrated development plan. So we have recommended that they consider key performance indicators for the delivery of basic services to informal settlements. Chair, that brings me to the end of my presentation. I will now take any queries or any comments.
I thank you, Mr. Jacobs, for the presentation of summarizing to us the whole brief of our audit report. I really thank you for that one. As we were reading as the committee, and amongst the things that you draw emphasis on, it was the restatement of corresponding figures that you were restating them. And I was having more questions of saying, is it something bad when you restate the figures taken from previous year and also bringing into this year? Is it something that we need to be worried about when you do that? Is it a bad reflection, or is it something that is a norm that must be taken place? Can you take us through to that? Your point number 7 in your audit report, in emphasis in restatement of corresponding figures. Is it something that we're supposed to be worried about as MPAC?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Obviously, from a financial management perspective, you would like your financial statements to be correct. And if you have to make prior period error adjustments, it means that there were errors in your financial statements that shouldn't have been there. So ideally, you wouldn't want to have restatement of corresponding figures in terms of prior period errors that are material. You wouldn't ideally like that, but you do find that from time to time, and then the only way to correct it is by doing that disclosure and showing the user that there were some errors in my financial statements of the prior year. But ideally, you wouldn't want to have that in your financial statements, Chair.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to ask questions? Anything that we can be concerned about? In the absence that there's no other concerns, it's more to say thank you for giving us this brief and also emphasizing this point that we are worried that we want to lessen the results of errors in the financial statements, because it is always what becomes our thing to post about, or something that must take and make our government, our municipality to be in a better position. So if you say it's something that we need still to emphasize and work hard on it, I thank you for that one. In your presence, if you would have to give us just a bit of advice as this municipality, knowing that you have already status given us that we're unqualified, with findings more into compliance of laws and regulations and performance, what can you still advise us? Just that nice part of saying, if I can advise you, if you can strengthen your systems into this, what can you advise us on that?
Okay, thank you for that, Chair. Yeah, if I've got to look at some of the areas of recommendation that we've made, I think an important bit in terms of it, you would have seen that in terms of the last 3 years, the outcome in terms of certain areas have not changed, and it's remained unchanged. So I think an important part or important thing that assists with that is if you have a credible action plan, and you properly implement and monitor that action plan, you can reduce the matters that are re-reported from the prior year. So I think an important bit is to have that credible action plan that is properly monitored. Then if I look at the area of the financial statements and the annual performance report, I think what I can also maybe recommend there is that those processes are properly completed and done before the submission of the annual performance report and the annual financial statements for audit, and that you give yourself sufficient time for the various role players in terms of review and oversight to complete those processes before submission to the of those documents to audit. I think if I look at it, the financial statements were reviewed, but it was submitted very late. And if your reviewers are under pressure in terms of those reviews, they might miss something and they can't do a proper review of that. So obviously you need to have a proper plan of when you're going to complete what for the financial statement so that you can give it timeously for review and make sure that all the role players have sufficient time to review that. I think that's also for me an important thing that can improve the outcome in terms and assist with the audit. If your support agrees with what you are reporting, it just makes the audit process better and it also will improve the audit outcome. So, Chair, I think from my side, those are two of the things that I can think of that maybe would be important in terms of the audit outcomes and maybe assist with the improvement of the audit outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. You also mentioned in your internal control deficiencies that the council did not take and appropriately perform their oversight role to approve the annual budget, which resulted in unauthorized expenditure incurred. Can you give specifically the council advice on that? That what can you advise us as councillors to ensure that something of this nature should never take place again? As you can see that the unauthorized amount was almost 800 and some odd thousand.
Yes. So Chair, that really happened when there were instability in council and there were like 12 councillors and not 13 councillors. So then it could result that decisions are made without the majority. And there are certain decisions that requires a majority of council, of which one is the approval of the budget, and that did not happen. And I think when as a council, obviously, and as a support for the council, when you are documenting and reflecting on your resolutions afterwards, those are the things that you should be aware of. That certain decisions require a majority, and you need to make sure that you have that majority for that. So I don't expect it, or I don't think it's something that necessarily is a breakdown in the oversight processes. I think it was more at that stage when those decisions needed to be taken, there was a lot of instability in council, and there were a lot of councils meetings which had to be postponed, or where there weren't majority decisions made. So I think that was the major issue around that, Chair.
As much you have indicated that you've got some unaudited supplementary disclosure notes and everything, as much that you say you did look at them, but you didn't go through with the audited as you do with the other elements. But is it something that we should also look at, how the grants and the loans issues and everything else? Can you give us a brief background? How do you view our situations with those unaudited supplementary schedules that you've looked at? Anything maybe you can question us about, or we can strengthen ourselves on?
Yeah, Chair, we don't look at those, but a lot of that, the annexures, is just a little bit more detailed information about information that's already included in the financial statements and that we already audit. So there's an annexure for loans, and if you look at the annexure for the loans, a lot of that information is already audited as part of the note on the long-term liabilities, and some of that details is also included in the note for the long-term liabilities. The same for the grants, the annexure with the grants. All of that information is really also in the financial statements, in the notes under either the revenue or the unconditional grants not spent. So it's really just putting it in a different format and summarizing it better. So I don't think there's anything to be concerned about in terms of the annexes. It's just maybe setting out some of the matters that's already included in the financial statements, just in a little different format or a little bit more detail, Chair.
Okay. Last time, we were told that the brief of the Auditor General was extended to a point that there will be more the material irregularities interrogation. Can you tell us your findings when it comes to material irregularities as an extended brief of Auditor General? How did you find our material presentations and provision of it?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Bitou was one of the auditees where we did implement the changes to the PAA and the implementation of material irregularities. So in terms of findings and things that we raised, we needed to then look at possible material irregularities and material losses. At this stage, we haven't notified and reported any material irregularities. There are one finding where we are looking at if it possibly could be a material irregularity or not, but we're still gathering further information on that, and we're still internally assessing that finding and if it would result in a material irregularity. As soon as we've concluded our processes, we will and we do determine that there are any material irregularities, we will further engage and we will inform you of such. But at this stage, there are no material irregularities that was identified and reported, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nasir. But still, we know that you are rushing to go to other commitments. But still, in your presence, as we are sitting here, as you know that our audited statements are starting from August 2021, and us as a new council, as the present council, we started November. And also our administration piloting more the stability of it started on April, when Mr. Memani came in with the other strategic directorates that came in, directors. So looking at that, and the way that we've started to work on this, all findings starting from those of 2020, 2021, I would love in your presence to give it over to our administration captain to just give us the confidence as this panel and also our public viewing to say what are the things that they are working on, especially with these items you said they are still recurring as a concern. That is things that are consistent happening in our municipalities. Whereas for us, we believe that so much hard effort and work has been already put into place. So just for 2 minutes, can you listen to our administration captain when they can say what they've worked on just to improve the situation before you leave us? Over to you, Mr.
Yes, Chair, I'm still available. I heard you say that I'm in a rush for another meeting, but I've prioritized this meeting as it's important, Chair, so I will make myself available as long as you require me.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thanks, Chairperson. The colleague from the AG, good to always have you guys in terms of the guidance. My apologies, Chairperson and everyone. I finished very late in Cape Town yesterday, so I had to drive this morning. What we've looked at is all the matters that have been raised by the AG. If you look at what the AG has highlighted, firstly on consequence management, the issue is about the municipality not having done anything to investigate. As we are standing here today, I can confirm and affirm to the AG that all of those matters from the last 3 years have been referred, have been investigated by MPAC, and MPAC has processed all of them and referred them to council, have been resolved at council level. The challenge for MPAC was that they have to start back three years ago. So it's only now that we played catch up and we're dealing with some of the issues of the current financial year. And in most of all of those recommendations of MPAC is that there must be consequence management process that must be followed, which has been referred to the accounting officer. I'm busy with that process where we looked at each and every individual transaction separately, but instead of trying to communicate with those staff members on each individual transaction, we have combined them over the last 3 years and categorized them in terms of irregular or frivolous and wasteful. And then we are finalizing communication with all those staff members where we give them, depending on each situation and how many transactions, we'll give them between 7 and 14 days to respond, in terms of their responsibility as to why they have incurred the irregular expenditure and why there should not be disciplinary processes that must be taken. So that is in order. I can affirm also that by the time the AG starts its planning meeting in April, we would have a written report which will come to MPAC, giving clearly how far have we gone in terms of implementing those consequence management as referred by MPAC to council and approved by council. Chair, I think I must lastly express my appreciation. A lot of work MPAC that has to do, considering that we have to look at things backdated 3 years ago. It meant that there's a lot of hours than an ordinary MPAC meeting where it's considering the current financial year matters. It meant a lot of hours for this committee and the admin staff that is assisting. So I appreciate, and I'm sure the Auditor General in the next audit cycle, I'm very confident that, they would look at the oversight of MPAC. I'm not talking about council or the mayor or MACO or senior management, oversight of MPAC as a committee, and be satisfied with the work that MPAC have done. I'm very confident that will reflect as such in the next audit cycle. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Memani. Is there anything that you would say, Mr. Nasser, before we can release you, as per what we are posting about, that we are working on items, especially matter of concerns, consequence management? I know it's always a red flag. You've been looking and desiring to see that the results must show. And I can also post with our Department of IT, that is one of the departments that had some systems that brought good governance in their department, where we had clean audit about it. So before we can release you, is there anything that you want to say to us?
No, thank you, Chair. It is heartening to hear that there's been quite good progress in terms of clearing those matters. And from an audit perspective, we will obviously, when we do the planning in April, we will start looking at the progress that was made, and we will assess the progress that was made. But it is good to hear that it sounds like there's significant progress being made, Chair, and that's always good to hear. Other than that, I've got nothing further from my side that I have to share with the committee, Chair.
Okay, before you leave, Mr. Memani wants to say something in your presence. Can you add something?
Chair, I can also share with you that while I was finishing, an email came just now and I looked at it. I can inform you that the MEC Bredal has concurred that the chairperson of MPAC must be designated full-time as a chairperson, consider all the work that this MPAC have done for a number of years and the volume of transactions that have actually been looked at by this MPAC. The only process we're going to wait for now is for him just to put that in the notice in the amendment gazette and then thanks, Chairperson.
Oh, good news. Thank you, Mr. Memani. Good news. Thank you, Mr. Nazir, for being present with us. We always appreciate the willingness of the Auditor General Office. At some stage, we were given an internal workshop how to handle these things. We were also told and cautioned that in 2024, the National Treasury doesn't want to see any wasteful expenditures that must be included in our municipalities. And we are very much working on that, rest assured. And secondly, we are also appreciating the fact that UFSALGA and your presence of your office is always there to train us and also making us to be capacitated all the time so that you can work these things so much. So I always say we're not here to punify, but we're also just here to make sure that you are doing our Bitou principles that we vowed years ago to know that people will always be the first ones. So we're only here to do our part and ensuring that we will never deprive the existence of our people and will always be committed to the service delivery. Otherwise, thank you for your support and convey this to your seniors, to your leaders, and say that at Bitou Municipality, we don't take it light, the service and the support that we get from your office. I thank you and I release you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Going further to our agenda, it's 5.2 statements and communication. Let me do the statement. You know, today it's a very significant day, the 1st of March. As we know that we are starting our Human Rights Month. March month is always declared as a Human Rights Month. To me, it was so significant to do our MPAC at this date, acknowledging the month as a Human Rights Month. Part of human rights care is that people need to achieve to get their services to be done to them with integrity, and we always acknowledge that people are always yearning and voted for us to serve in this Bitou municipality so that they can get their service. It's of a month of human rights, and we need to make sure that people really feel that their rights are being attended to. And so we need to be a more responsible council with the addition of such kind of support that we're getting from SALGA and Auditor General. We have noticed so much of disasters that are happening in other countries. Definitely those disasters, they will affect us in one way or another, especially economically so. As we know that we are also part of the United Nations, part of Commonwealth, where we know other services, other resources, we always get them from other countries. So the fact that there are disasters in other countries, definitely, one way or another, we will be affected. And we need to brace ourselves for that economic changes. Sooner or later, we'll feel them. We'll always love to remind ourselves that we're a tourist town. As we're a tourist town, that's where more of a job creation comes from. Besides the fact that the municipality is also a main common factor where it absorbs and gives a hope to people. So we need always to be kind, we need to be mindful, we need to be present, we need all the time to be mindful of the consistency and the sustainability of our town through tourism and make sure that we give much service, especially to our infrastructure, so that people can always recommend to come back to our town as it is our tourist town. As beautiful and pristine areas as it is. I would also say we give credit to our new administration, especially our captain, Mr. Memani and its team. And I also give credit to our political captain, Mr. Dave Swartz, of being a person that is always willing to listen and work to the things that gives a service delivery that must we ensure that is happening in our town. In a special way, I would love us to acknowledge the Department of EIT under the leadership of Mr. Gideon Neville, that we always, Gavin. Oh, it's under the leadership of Gavin that makes sure that we had a clean audit in that. And it is very good for us to acknowledge this kind of thing so that each and every department can copy the ways others are doing in their performance that can lead us to the point that we get a clean audit. So as we're here and we're always saying, we are glad that Bitou has attained an unqualified audit with findings that are more of compliance and performance. Instead, before we know that the first thing that came that we are getting a qualified audit. We were frustrated as councillors to a point that I could remember DM wanted even to cry. Mr. Nelu, Councillor Nelu, he was at the lowest point of everything. When he was speaking to the director, said, we can't do this. But through all the efforts that our administration pilot and our directors has ensured to bring more information and material to the auditors to ensure that we up our game. I even love the way they've quoted the auditors. They've quoted that it is a consistent, unqualified audit finding with some findings. That was beautiful. So that in our time, we should not take the bar off, we lessen the bar as it always was. So with that, I would love to say an appeal to our directors, to our team, to our department users, that let's find way of improving ourselves and always go and refer to the findings of Auditor General so that we can make ourselves better and better every day. So with that, I'm saying thank you to the Bitou and affording me as a woman this time to lead this department of doing, overseeing with the support of the administration. I thank you. I think let's practice then the token of appreciation to our department. We've prepared a little bit of an award for them so that they can feel appreciated with their hard work. We're doing these directors so that even each and every department can copy and also can make use of this so that every time we can acknowledge your hard work. So there's no way that we cannot notice the good work that has been done in the midst of every hardship and every challenges that we are still getting, working in the finances and budgets that are being cut now and again, but still we find that we do get people that are making an effort to perform very well. So where are the leaders, Gideon?
Madam Chair, they're on their way.
can we break it just for 5 minutes whilst we are waiting for them? Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you. No, they achieved it before me. That's here.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we going in our agenda? And that we can release you guys, as we know that you are always a department that is always busy, keep us on track. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you, guys.
You must also run another induction for how to switch on and switch off your laptop from what do you call it, Kevin? A follow-up training. How to share your screen. Mr. Kraut has got a TV and a laptop, but he's not able to link the laptop to the TV. So you must do that refresher course again.
No, I'll declare that it was our fault for not giving him the training up front.
As I've said that we don't have any other items today, we're only having an item to consider, the one of interrogating our annual report. As we know that it is a responsibility that we are given to do so in our MFMA regulations, and also it's something that we know that it's a responsibility that the council has given us to do oversight on all these things, so that we can prepare to go and present it and be accepted again in the council. So today, we know that there are steps that we need to take when it comes to the annual report and what is expected to be done, so that people can partake into it. So I will give it over to the Performance Office, PMS Office, and tell us how did they go about to ensure that the public participation did see this. We are not hiding anything, as much it could be as dirty as it could be, as perceived, but still we are not hiding anything. We are open to any interrogation and any rectifications. So over to you, Lynette, to take us through what did you do after AG was here and to ensure that we have come up to this stage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jake. After the annual report, the draft annual report was in council in January. We submitted to the AG to province the local and it was also placed on the website. We invite public for to comment on the annual report. We haven't received any comments from province yet. I did follow up with Mr. Roman from province, and he said that they're still busy with it. So we're waiting for that. We did receive comments from the public, from the Ratepayers Association. We will forward or circulate it to all the directors to respond on the questions that they have. And then after we receive everything, we will respond to the ratepayers on that. And the AG also. Before the report was submitted to council, we submitted to the AG. They gave their comments and we amended the draft annual report before we submitted to council. And after that, we submitted to them again. They didn't give any comments afterwards.
So you say the province haven't yet responded yet, but we did send things to them.
I did send it to them, and I did follow up after my email to them. And Mr. Rowan from province, he said they're still busy with it, but we will receive it.
Okay. And I can safely say the team of our office, MPAC, they've also circulated all the copies to ensure that public can have an access of our draft audited report. Which places did you place, Ms. Trego? Can you make us confident to know that people did receive these things?
Thank you, Chair. We have placed the copies of the annual reports in all 7 wards in the libraries, including the library here in town. And the notice of notifying the public about today's meeting, we also did the same exercise. We placed notices and we made sure that the notice was also on the website and all the wards in their community halls and also and plug it in the libraries. So it was.
Okay. Therefore, thank you, Tim, for making sure that the public knows about everything. We're open, transparency. As you know, that it's one of the Bitou principles that people, they must have a transparency of everything that we're doing, and we're exercising that one. So going to our,
I just want to include, thank you, Chair. I just want to include that when we're doing that exercise, we make sure that it is done in all languages of Bitou, the English and Afrikaans and isiXhosa.
Thank you for that one. And we did get some comments from public, but as we know that we've got a right to respond to them after 14 days. We do have that leeway. So I think the administration will ensure, because most of the things are more about performance and also administrative things and compliance. All those things, we ensure that UMM and his team and the performance team, they will ensure that all those questions are answered to the public, mainly the ratepayers. And we also want to thank the ratepayers with their effort of always keeping us on toe, more reminding us about our responsibilities in this town. We thank you. So we will now give it over to the finance guys to take us through the annual report, with Mr. Pretorius doing that for us. Just take us through before we give other people to do. Over to you, Zach, just to take us through bits, draft, please.
Is on the, you want me to present on the financial side?
Yes, just present the financial side so that everybody can be confident to know with how many budget are we operating this town, whether in the banks or on paper. Just we keep that information. People must always know what's happening with their municipality. Yeah.
I'm not aware that I need to present something, but can we go to the finance part? I think it's number 5.
6. From where?
5 and 6.
5 and 6. Are we getting there?
Page 195, from page 195, ne? Page 195. 195.
Yeah.
Actually, I can
Page 195.
arise and then you can just add.
It's fine. I just want to the figures here. Okay.
That starts there.
If we look at the information in front of us, the annual report summarizes, the actual performance of the municipality for the period under review. For the period under review, it's financial year 2021-22. But what we also do normally, we also do what we call a comparative figures and put the previous year next to the year under review so that we can be able to see what was the performance last year versus the performance this year. So we'll go through this in terms of the financial summary. And I think Isaac maybe can just add or elaborate with the reasons, as you might have most of them, as to maybe why we've underachieved in other areas and maybe why we've performed better in other areas. So if we look at the property rates for the 2020-21 financial year, the actuals, meaning in terms of the money that was billed and received, was 149 million. Then the following year, which is 2021-22, we budgeted an amount of 158 million. And then in the adjustment budget of February last year, it was reduced to 156 million from 158. And the actual that was actually achieved is 157. Correct, Sakines?
That's correct.
So then it means on property rate, we slightly achieved, although during the mid-year assessment, we were concerned that we're not going to meet the target. For some reasons that would have been presented at that time, but we still actually met. But if you look at the difference between 157, 194 and 158, 942, we were very, very close in meeting the original budget that was actually budgeted. So we've exceeded the one that was adjusted by about 1.1 million, which is at about 0.19%. Service charges includes water, sewage, refuse, and electricity. The previous year, the budget actual was 374. We budgeted 405, and then we adjusted it to 409 in the adjustment budget. And I think the adjustment budget, people were really conservative in terms of being concerned that you might actually not achieve the target. But if you look at it, the actuals were actually 413, which were actually more than the adjusted as well as the original budget. We must just make sure, admin guys, also on the first one, second rate is bracket. The second one is not in bracket, but both we have achieved more. So just have to look at that. Yeah?
So, now, because the actual is below the original budget.
So you comparing with the original budget? Okay, no, sorry. Okay. So on the property rates, we were short by only 1.1 million in terms of meeting the target, which is really not bad,
Okay.
And then on service charges, we achieved, 1.93 more. And then investment revenue was 6.6 million the previous year. We then increased it to 11 million, reducing the adjustment budget to 7 million. Actuals was only 3 million. Then there's a big amount that we have not received. Part of the reasons there is because we didn't have sufficient cash, so there was no money to invest. So that's why.
Part of the reason, and I think one of the other reasons is if you look at the overall actuals there, you will find that your actuals revenue that you received was 804 million. But your actual expenditure on operating was 806 million. You spent 2 million more than you got in. So that is the way to get rid of money.
So look at that now. And grants, transfers and recognized, that's your operational grants received. We budgeted 143, was adjusted to 165. I take it was adjusted to 165 because of rollovers that were approved. The actuals was 136. Then we seated with about 5 million that was underspent by the end of the financial year. And most of that has already been approved. I think there was only one amount, if I recall, of 300, of 200,000, which was not approved, but most of the rollovers were approved. Then other own revenue include all items like hiring of community halls, traffic fines, and many other income. Was 66 million, reduced down to 51 million, then the actual was 92 million. Again, Chair, if you see, it's what Felix was highlighting about how the budget was actually done.
Okay.
Because you had 66, your previous year, you had 149 million. You reduced that by almost half, by 50%, you know. And you then reduce it further, but you actually achieved 92. So Felix, is what you are saying that, you know, the previous budgeting, you know, didn't really look at the trend sometimes in certain revenue trend properly, you know, because there was no justification. That's why now it gives a skewed picture in terms of that. So it means out of the total revenue of 785 million budgeted in the original budget and increased to 790, we achieved 804, which is 2.3 million more. And that is a result of specifically on other income.
Okay.
So we need to look at very carefully each and every one of those line items on other income. But here is the challenge, I think, which Saki is trying to highlight. You can just go down and repeat. So salary budget was budgeted at 274, decreased to 269, but the actual was 280. So we've exceeded salary budget by about 1.8 million. I'm not sure all the reasons, but it could be overtime standby in that financial year.
Sure.
It is overtime and standby, mostly. Mostly, yeah.
But also there was a reduction trend towards the the reducing of temporary positions.
Okay.
So that was the reason why it was taken down.
So we've exceeded the salary budget, and I think the directors should take note of that. It's something that is very critical. We must work within the means of the salary budget, but we know there are a lot of temporary staff. I think we're about 74 or 84 temporary staff when I arrived that were appointed all over the institution. And then remuneration of councillors, you know, we then spend actually less than budgeted for. So I think we might have anticipated the full-time chairperson of MPAC, and then we decided not to pay the money, you know, so we've got savings now in that way. The item that I want to highlight is the finance charges you will see, which is the interest that we pay on loans. It's 11 million. We were just slightly above by a small 100,000 there on that one. Materials and bulk purchases, again, Chairperson, if you recall, and the directors and council and I, Felix mentioned how this bulk purchases from ESCOM was also budgeted previously, because the actuals were 160, but you see the budget the following year is 162, and then increase to 164. Impossible, because the bulk purchases, ESCOM last year, the increase was what, 9%? Was it 14 or, but it was actually more. I think it was double-digit percentage increase, 13%. Sorry, 13%. So clearly you can see, you know, this is what Felix calls a false forcing of the budget to balance, because you cannot increase by only, it's not even 2 million. It's actually less than. It's about 1.7 million. So that increase you can see is not 13%, and those are the errors that Felix highlighted, because your bulk purchases, NEFSA already said that they have approved 13% increase. And then transfers and grants on the expenditure side was underspent, but as I said, we've already applied, we will receive those grant funding. Other expenditure, it's all other items, contracted services, material resource inventories and everything else, it was 278, increased to 296, and then we spent 294. But again, if you look at the actuals of last year, you were already at 277, but you just slightly increased by 278. That other expenditure, I must say, includes fuel, for example. So we know the price of petrol has increased 3-4 times in a year. Again, it's what Felix was highlighting as part of the challenges in how the budget was actually done. So in essence, we budgeted total expenditure of 788, but we actually spent 806. So we spent 3.8 million more than the original budget. But if you compare your income and your expenditure, is that 2 million now? How much is that, sir?
2.5.
2.5 million. Now that is worrisome. And I think, Chairperson, you must highlight that in your report. It's very worrisome. It's a basic principle. You know your salary end of the month is 10,000. Now you cannot go and buy things that are going to cost 12,000. And this is what we should emphasize to all the staff in terms of using public funds. What has happened here now, we've actually spent more than we projected we're going to receive as income. The effect of that, Chairperson, is that you end up not having surplus money, which you need to build in order to upgrade your infrastructure, So those are the challenges that needs to be corrected going forward. And then there's a capital contribution, which is your capital grants funding that have been received. I think we spend at 100%. I think that's just a highlight at high level on the summary there. The other matters I'll just leave to Isaac here. It deals about the capital expenditure. But maybe I should not put Isaac in a difficult situation. I should say it myself in front of the directors. If you look at the capital budget, we budgeted 45 million last year. Actually spent 51 million. We increased to 87 million. The actual is 90 million. So we've actually spent more on that. Does not make sense a little because why would you spend a little bit more on capital, than what you've actually? So unless there's variations and other things that happen on certain contracts, Isaac?
Yeah, part of this, because remember each tranche was recognized for capital. So that means it's capital expenditure received from grants. So it means that capital project was achieved above. Remember that is revenue recognized. So it's not a bad thing that we overspent, so we outperformed in terms of grants. We outperformed the
allocations.
The allocations. I think that.
The next one is where you will see again public contributions and borrowings. We did not have loans last financial year, but on internal funds, we said we project to have a 3.4 million, and then we saw we're not going to make it. We reduced it to 2.6. And the actual is actually 1.8. The reason it decreased to 1.8 is because of the 2.5 surplus between the income and the expenditure, which have actually also killed our surplus, So that is one area that we need to focus on because we have to try and build your reserves. I will leave all the other technical parts to Isaac now. I've not been on the balance sheet and asset and things for a year now, just in case I got something wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mbulelo. I think on the side of non-current assets, the budget side of it was definitely not done the correct way, but I think it was something that we recently received training on, so that it does not occur. So we do it the right way now. So the performance in terms of budget cannot be properly measured like it's standing there. If we look at our non-current assets, which will be our I just wanted to check something. What I see here, the figures here is a little bit distorted. I don't want to put my opinion to this one on the financial position. The cash flow itself, able to see the cash flow from operations is normally your money that you received via your operations itself. It did increase from the 44 of the previous year, which is almost double. The cash flow used for investing, that's normally your capital expenses, and also increased with about 53 from 54 million to about 90 million. Also an increase, a big increase, and then your finance used for financing, that's usually your repayment of your loans, things like that. Now, if we compare our cash flow only increased by a mere cash flow itself increased by 3.6 million, which is, yeah, for the year is not a lot. But with the kind of figures that we work with, which is the 800 million, 3 million is not a substantial amount. So, then if we take it from there, the asset register, you will find also that if we look at the asset register, the summary of the we'll find that our depreciation, remember, our depreciation is something that is funded by our tariffs, but that it is in terms of your cash flow, it's a non-cash item, but we should be saving that money on cash flow as part of your CRR. But if you don't make a surplus on your financial performance, you cannot do that. So that might be one of the reasons why we don't have, or we didn't have extra cash at that point in time. Repairs and maintenance is a great concern as well. If we look at, okay, the figure cannot be zero. If we look at the overall performance in terms of the budget, 47 million. The aim of repairs and maintenance is to be in the norm of above of your budget in total, because you need to keep your infrastructure into up to date and maintained. So as far Okay, the percentage is the 6.4 is the underspending of the budget that is allocated. But that is a concern if we underspend our repairs and maintenance budget, because the budget itself is very low in the sense of, I think we are running at the moment around 4%, 4.5% on average. And even with that, we're not spending everything. That will only result in the future that our infrastructure will somehow start to level. We will need more money to handle that. I think we look at the cost of free basic services. It's about, we are giving about 31 million cost of free basic services that we are providing. The revenue cost of free basic services is only about 5.8 million. But the coming down to the free basic services, the services that basically given to the, not just only the indigents, but also to other people in terms of the tariff policies, and there is certain criteria that people are getting free services. And as you can see, we are spending quite a lot of money on that. About 31 million. Okay, so if we look at this graph, you see that most of our income, most of our revenue is coming from service charges, about 51%. And the other 20% is coming from property rights. So roughly 71% is coming from your service charges together.
Sorry, Second.
Yes.
Can I just come in, Chair? This is worrisome because you will see on the service charges, the biggest chunk of that is electricity. In the discussion yesterday in the Premier Coordination Forum, I'm talking about two municipalities that are doing very well in the Western Cape with cash reserves. Saldanha and Mossel Bay, they recorded 11% decrease on their electricity sales because of the people that have actually put up the solar panels in their houses. So they are trying to regulate that. We are affected as well. I think Felix said it's 2 or 3%, can't remember now in the current financial year, but we will be affected because it's one of the areas where you have the richer people that will be able to actually put some solar panel, I think.
27 households.
27 households already now. So we've got 27 households already now, and those 27 households, you must, also understand that it's your normal base that is utilizing electricity. So that will have an impact because it means we are only charging them now only a basic charge, and we are losing out in terms of electricity sales. If that trend increases, we'll find a decrease in terms of our electricity sales. So we'll have to manage it because it might have a negative impact that the rest of the town will then have to subsidize that portion from Eskom. The mayor of George presented, and he said he's very concerned because the poor who does not have money to put up these solar panels would actually then be subsidizing what we buy from Eskom. And then they have to take that burden because the others are able to get out of the grid system. So it might cause a situation that it becomes much expensive, for I'm talking now, Victor, Melanie, crowds, the poor people, but the MM might not be affected, So, but in essence, Chair, I think it's gonna cause some problems. So we have to find a way of balancing what even the cost of supply for electricity, which will put table with the draft, and then there will be what do you call it, workshop that will be done with councillors, because we have to inform councillors and alert them of the implications of that. Thanks, Chair.
I'll think what this passion process that we first start up with the community and also council. The 11 people, the 27 people, they're actually supplying in excess of what they've got into our transmission lines. And we also providing them credit. That's the current situation.
May I proceed, sir?
So a person supposed, sorry to ask, so a person supposed to indicate to the municipality when they change, they are becoming off grid.
They've got to install a meter so we can actually see what they're putting back into our system.
Okay.
And what credits we're going to.
Other municipalities are still trying. Fortunately, we have regulated that process now by getting them to actually inform us and apply, and then put up a
very few municipalities in the Western Cape that actually does that.
Breda Valley mentioned yesterday that they don't even know, but they just see a decline of 8.5%.
Sure.
So now they were going to go back and investigate after they learned yesterday from the other colleagues, because they just were not picking up in terms of why there's this decrease. And I think it's some of the factories of production that cannot stop. So they've put, there's a factory that produces this tank for milk and petrol tanks. So, but they export them to France. It's a French company. So they've put up backup batteries and solar panels and generators. So the sales of only that production facility have actually hit too much of the valley, But fortunately, we are aware. There might be one or two that we have missed. We have not applied because they still don't understand the process.
Okay.
We're not saying that we've got everyone on the net. There's possibility that one or two. Remember, Chairperson, everyone, they just went and put their panels because there was no process really in most municipalities in terms of how we should go about it. And other people came up front, and I think the director then they put up a process that needs to be followed now.
So do we still need to take it to public participation notices so that people should still continue knowing the process?
Quite extensive. Now need to understand the methodology.
Okay.
Otherwise, if we don't do extensive participation, I don't understand, and it's going to be a lot of queries and a lot of people upset.
The proposed increase by NAFTA now is 18%. So imagine an 18%, and also, we don't explain to the people how we've arrived at that cost of supply study. So Doris, all that she's gonna do, she's gonna look at last year I bought electricity for 100 rand. I got 51 units. This year I'm buying electricity for 100 rand. I'm only getting 12 units, and don't explain that properly to our communities, it might create a problem. So that's why we just have to go to the public participation.
So with those that are using generators instead of solar panel, maybe they just, substituting that 2-3 hours thingy, is it also affecting this?
So we won't get that in our head either. It's probably, we've got to relook at the whole cost of supply to ensure that we at least get our income stable. Otherwise, with generators and the green energy, all that, we're going to lose a resource base. But we've still got the infrastructure, we've still got the manpower we've got to pay for. And there's those people going off a grid, and we still got the infrastructure for it, but who's going to pay for it? So we've got to make sure that it's sustainable from a municipality's perspective.
Okay. No, just laughing.
I need to remember is the revenue source is declining, but also the expenditure side is declining. Because for every unit you're not getting, you're not paying. And if people are putting it back into the grid, okay, yes, you are paying for that. But you are, the units that you get back, you sell at a way higher price than you are paying for. And you're not paying that.
The panels, solar panels and everything is not still kept out indicated yesterday. Must be careful, you must not think it's cheaper. It's cheaper, but you must not think all of them. You need to look at, the mayor presented, he said, look at every Tom and Dick who comes, promises you. Because you might pay even the same or even more.
Your return on investment is about 5 to 7 years. But anything can happen in that 5 to 7 years. Government may pay for this whole base by the horns, and all of a sudden you've got another nuclear power station in the offing. And electricity purchases become down. You're sitting with infrastructure.
Sitting with infrastructure.
Yeah,
it's a risk to
big
take.
risk.
It's a risk to take. It's a risk to take.
Yeah, when you say, you remind me, the mayor of Saldana said, he'd rather lose the clean audit next time because he's got too much, 10 clean audits. He does not worry about it. He's worried about people having electricity, so he's willing to take that risk. He's not worried about losing clean audit because something small or, they didn't, there's the Electricity Act and all of that, but I think, the presidency is really cornered in a situation in terms of that possible lawsuit,
Okay, over to you, Isaac.
Okay, if we could go down to page 99. That's just the graphs of everything that we said. So overall, if we look at the performance year on year of revenue and of operating expenditure, you will find that in terms of amounts, there's not much change between the 2 years. Our revenue was a little bit, came a little bit down, went a little bit up from the 16 million that we under-collected the previous year, which is also, if you look at the other scenario, is that our expenditure increased, but obviously we did not spend everything. Spending less, also in both cases, we spend more than we budgeted for. Now, that is actually, against the MUs. We may not spend more money than we budgeted for. It's unauthorized, so that is a great concern. I think that's happening. Okay, then revenue collection by vote. So if we look at the budget and treasury office, usually is part of the property rates that's collected there, which is your finance department. You look at that, the actuals to the adjusted budget is very close. If we look at the other departments, a little bit lower, road transport, electricity, water, there was a little bit of over collection side of electricity, under collection of water. That's on billed revenue, not physical cash. And then wastewater, also feel a bit of a improvement there. Solid waste, however, is a big issue. We under-collected a lot. But I think many of the problems in the solid waste vote can be mainly attributed to not all points being correctly pulled, and also revenue enhancement not being done in that department of that vote to ensure that all money is collected. Yeah. Okay, then I think we went through this. I mean, this is just more detail of the financial performance that we had on top. Down to service performance. Okay, if we go down to page number 41. Top there you can see service performance, also the mostly the overall performance on the services, based on this. Look at the remember this is the operational cost of each department. Operational service. This is just the way that all departments they were spending their money. Many a lot of savings. There was a lot of overspending, as we can see in the case of wastewater. Actually, it's not there. Okay. I think we really need to relook at this because I will take that upon me. Yeah. Let's move down to 5.2, which is on page 202. This is your financial performance per municipal function. This is your the first start of the water services. We look at water services, operational revenue of 129 million, operational expenditure of 57. You can see that they are making a surplus net operation of 57 million, which is obviously it's funding the rest of the municipality. That's part of it. You need on your service charges, you need to make a profit. Wastewater, operational revenue 105. This is a concern because wastewater, your sanitation, you are making a loss of 17 million, which should not happen. You should always make a profit on your service.
So the surplus on water is subsidizing this loss now on sanitation.
Yes.
Good things, Chairperson, that needs to be looked at is to look at the tariffs for water and sanitation. Some municipalities uses different methodology. Drakenstein uses the percentage of water usage for sanitation. No, they use the number of toilets that you have, and you are charged for sanitation based on the number of toilets. So Councillor Ndai, if she's having 3 toilets, we charge her more.
Yes, 3 toilets. Water in proportion with your sanitary.
And the others are using the proportion of the
that you
use.
You flush it down your system. Yes.
Yeah, so that's usually, we're using that one as well. No? Number of toilets. You see, the number of toilets is a challenge because if you don't have the accurate information So it becomes a problem then. That is why, that could be one of the reasons why we are making a loss there. So, because Crowds has got 2 toilets, and we might be charging, 2, 3.
1 year is 3.
1, 2, 3, it's got 3. And we might be charging him 1 actually. If I look at just Castleton, normally most of the flats there are got 3 or 2. 3 bedrooms got 3. In the main room, the one downstairs, is 3. And what we charging, we might be charging only for 1 instead of 3. So we need to look at that policy and revisit again. If we don't have accurate data, we wanted to go that road, but then I said, let's not go that road because we need to do the, what you call, appoint EPWP to go and do the verifications with the building plans, Mr. Friedman, so we need to check each house and the building plans, how many toilets,
So, you, Chair, the problem with, again, by the number of toilets, a lot of people don't submit building plans or they do extensions and put toilets in there without notifying us. A lot of municipalities, what they've done is they've decided to do a proportion. And the proportion is the number of kiloliters of water used. It's already been calculated scientifically and mathematically that 80% of that water goes into your sewer system. Okay. And the other 20% may go into watering of your gardens and other related matters. So what they do is they charge the household at 80% that we know goes into our sewer system, which we've got to treat at a water sewage treatment works, chemicals, start.
In that way, if your charge for water is 100 rand, then for sewage will be 80 rand.
Exactly.
It makes it much easier because also it does not have disputes, in terms of a lot of queries and everything, because this information of number of toilets, it does not fit in because you need now finance to go in the system, and I don't know if Samras is also geared, and always change the number of points of toilet, and that information you need to update every month. If people are, they've extended, and now they put an extra toilet even at the back of the flat, you need to update that information in the system if you're using. So it's something that we have to revisit now in the new policy.
So are you saying to me, with these developments that we're doing at Kwano, people selling houses, they start to have flats in one house, in one stand, you'll find that it's more than 10 or 12 flats that are there. So those things, we need to go and verify them, and people need to be charged accordingly. Whilst they are doing it at our previous disadvantage areas.
So it makes it very difficult to go out on site and verify. You've got to get onto the person's property, and it's not always accessible. People don't accommodate municipal officials. So the easiest way is to do it proportionately, where we've already done the calculations, done in South Africa as a whole. It's not just the municipality, and they've determined that 80% will go to our wastewater treatment works, and the other 20% will end up in your garden or somewhere else. One go to our, so they've done it like that. So 80% will be the base charge for treatment of the sewer. Far easier to find it. Far easier than trying to find how many toilets are in person's property. These Friedman will never know how much toilets are sitting on that property. Even though they look at the building plans, residents have a knack of trying to get around paying for services. And they won't be truthful. I'm just saying, they're not paying everyone at the same time. But in general, they know that if they submit building plans and all the information on it, even the square meterage, they'll be paying us more in rate and more in service charges. So they try to dodge that.
So, Chair, you're correct. The people who have extended and got flats in Konokutapula, currently now we are charging them one toilet per that house. But we're supposed to be charging now because of what they have added on our infrastructure. We're supposed to be charging them each flat on its own toilet.
Can that also be taken out to public to know? Because seemingly there will be people that are doing business on the municipality charges. And people are easy to say, no, I don't know what's happening with my account. I just see things are just rocking up. Maybe there's a leakage of pipe or whatever. Are we not having a prerogative of going and checking?
It's too much of an administrative burden to go and check. Chair, I agree with Victor. We should change to apportionment of the usage of water, because that one is scientifically calculated. You can explain it to people. So in the public participation, you just have to try and convince the people that you are changing the system from number of toilets to the percentage of usage of, and those who use less water, you will see you will end up actually paying, less, those who use more water, you would actually be paying based on your usage. But the current system now, you pay equally the same irrespective, but then those who don't report the toilets benefit because, it's not in the system of the municipality.
Chair, just to add to that, I know you talked about the leakage. It won't affect the resident. The resident is responsible for the water consumed off the meter, which is actually their responsibility anyway. Before the meter, that's our responsibility for the leakage, but we don't charge the resident for that.
Okay.
So the leakage part or the breaking the pipe is not going to be affected.
It's not an excuse.
To the resident.
Okay.
I think also, Chair, just to add on to what Mr. Memani and the Fountain said was, like, if you have a house where there's a lot of traffic in the house, and you obviously use a lot of currently you pay the same amount, and then you have a lot of people in your house, one toilet, or you only have one person to one toilet. But you link it to the water usage. And where you have more people, you are going to pay more.
Okay.
Makes it more fair in terms of people that want to start saving or people that want to ensure to keep their account low.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we can continue on this one. Just back to, and then on electricity, which electricity is one of our biggest sources of revenue in terms of tariffs, in terms of collecting revenue. And as we can see here, the revenue part of it is only 228 million, while we're only making a profit of 22 million. So the subsidy that should have come from electricity is greatly reduced. So that usually has a huge impact on our side in terms of increasing tariffs on property rates, because it cannot be subsidized by your services. Then the last one is your property rates to fund. Waste management, operational revenue of 73 million. Here you can also see we are under collecting by 1 million. So water and electricity is actually subsidizing your solid way of your waste management and your waste water management.
Okay.
It's not supposed to happen. We are under collecting. I think what these means, and I think plan for the new year to relook the tariffs and the ways of doing things. In terms of housing, expenditure on housing. Revenue is only 5 million, but we spent 18 million. Now, the concern, if we spend more in terms of want to say in terms of government, something that is not our mandate. But yeah, Mark, stormwater, this is usually funded from property rates. We get a little bit from a little bit of revenue from the program roads side for the roads of two that's running through our town. So the expenditure is about 35 million. Planning and development, that's usually that revenue is part of the building plan, like that. Also, expenditure on the that division is about 1 million. You see, LDP and IDP also. They also revenue about 7 million, so make a profit there. In libraries, libraries is definitely an unfunded mandate. So we are getting 10 million, spending 15, so we're overspending the allocation from the provincial government by about 4.7 million. I think yeah, it's something just to consider, maybe cutting back expenditure that side.
How to cut back, Zach? How to cut back? Can you advise us when we talk about libraries that we're overspending an unfunded type of the work? How do we cut back? Honestly, with the 4 million, I understand. Is it the expenditure of that is more on salaries, where we can send the person, or is it more on operation? Where do you find it, this extra thinking? Are we employing more than the mandate that we get from the, okay?
Chairperson, the figures are slightly higher year to date.
Okay.
4.7. I think the last figures we received from Chris were more in the region of 6 million.
Is it? Okay. Overspending.
Yeah, but that might be for this year.
Yeah.
Is it for? Yeah, for 22, 23. Yes, sorry. So we have increased, where my glasses. We have increased on the current year, that was 4.7. Now we're looking at about 6.9.
6.9 increase in libraries.
Increase on own funding for library services. I had a meeting with provincial library services when at the extended management meeting, the CFO highlighted this to myself and the MM. I then arranged a meeting with provincial libraries. They have confirmed that for this financial year, 22-23, they have paid us 2.2 million on what they call the conditional grant. The conditional grant covers the operational side of it. And then they paid us 9-point-something million on the MRF, which is what's covering the salaries, employee-related costs. Our employee-related costs for library services alone is in excess of 12 million. So we are co-funding only on salaries an approximate 3-point-something million, Eamon?
Yeah.
And then we are also co-funding on their operations to the tune of 3.6 million. Now, in the meeting with provincial libraries, they have indicated that this municipality, together with other municipalities, have signed an implementation protocol, which we have agreed to co-fund some of their operations, but again, based on our budget and our financial availability. So they have indicated that if we need to look at it from this side, they cannot give us more.
Okay.
They anticipated on our meeting on the 14th that they will see a reduction in what they have received. I have asked the libraries manager if we have received communication from them yet, Saki, on this year's allocation, so that we can see when we sit in the budget steercom how that is going to look. But the MM and I have had lengthy discussions on that. We need to reduce costs. Now, province also emailed Cecilia Sani, she's the director, the provincial director for libraries. She emailed some of their cost-cutting plans that they have and some of the suggestions that they have on reducing the cost of expenditure. One of them is to freeze the filling of vacancies on the library's structure.
So they will freeze.
We will have to do it on our side, depending on the co-funding. What they give us, we will need to see in order to fund all of the positions that's on the structure. Do we have sufficient budget to co-fund all of those vacancies? If not, they will stay on the org structure, but they will be unfunded.
Look, my point, you are saying they will freeze the positions that still has to come or positions that are already occupied.
No. They're talking about vacancies. It's the same as with the org structure.
Okay.
Whatever vacancies there are, it's going to be an unfunded vacancy, as with many of the others that are on the org structure.
Just two things here. Firstly, we understand that there was a decision of council. Initially, all positions at libraries were budgeted linked to the funding. It means all of those people were contractual depending on the availability of funding. My understanding is that they were not going to lose anything because you still budget for them total package, including their pension and everything.
Yeah.
So it's like normal. For some reason, an item was brought to this council and this council decided you must make them permanent. And that was the biggest mistake because you are making staff permanent on the function that is not the responsibility of the municipality. It's a provincial function. Now, then the second part is the implementation protocol that was signed. So I'm not sure on the implementation protocol whether it's an interpretation or misunderstanding. Correctly, Solo Nabo signed it, but the implementation protocol states that it depends on the affordability of the municipality. So it does not mean if we wanted 17 million, we must sign and appoint people to 17 million salary, but we're only receiving 9 million, you know. So we have to look at our own affordability. How much can we afford? So that's what we're going to do now, which we have discussed, and I've made a decision, you know, on this matter that for now it's about is it 2.5 only? 1.5.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5 additional that we'll find. So we're getting about 9.3, 9.6 million. We will co-fund 1.5 because there are positions that were already filled and the positions that are advertised and people that have gone through. But the rest of other positions, unfortunately, we have to take them out because we cannot fund them. This is one area that we have to look at. But we cannot be subsidizing library services by over 6 million. It will be incorrect. I think it's a process that we have to explain to council and the public, because you cannot find a situation where we are short on service delivery and we are subsidizing, you know. So that implementation protocol, it was interpreted as if we fund everything that is there. Not afforded. Maybe at that time, the municipality was affording it, I don't know, but as it is now, we cannot afford all of those positions. I think it's about 9 positions now or 11 that we are cutting back.
I think it's almost 11. Sorry,
11, yeah.
I think it's almost 11, but we are going to have to, this is the discussion that we have had, myself and the MM, together with the CFO and Chris, when we started to think of this year's budget. But again, we're going to have to wait and see what province says on terms of this year's allocation, the 23-24 allocation for library services. As the MM said, he already indicated as the accounting officer is only willing to go up to 1.5. but keep it under 2 million. So the amount will have to be further reduced if we're only going to get this year 8 million from libraries, and we're only willing to put 1.5 on the positions. Instead of us being able to fund maybe 2 of the 9, we will only be able to fund none of the 9. They will all stay on the structure, but vacant, unfunded.
Actually get money from
Until we,
province.
either province comes, but the indication from Mr. Redmond, who is the provincial head of DCAS, he says it's highly unlikely, particularly in the light of the state of disaster, the regulations has come out, that they will probably receive less money. But he says at the end of the day, they can only give us what they get, and we understand that. They can only distribute what they receive from national government. Province can only distribute that. And then we are going to have to look at most of all our unfunded mandates and see, can we absorb the cost? If not, we're going to have to look at ways and means to cut back on the expenditure.
So in that note, you even make us to be worrisome as one of the portfolio committee members, because we still have a loud cry of Iposischaf, Kolweni that doesn't have a library, and we're even sitting here with that from Councillor Mhlana, and it's a valid fact that there's no libraries on the side. There still need to be libraries. You still can bringing a worrisome thing.
We can work, you see, Chair, it's always about working around the means. If you take the Kurland Library,
we reduce.
But 3 workers, but you go there now on record, how many books are taken in a week? 2 or 3 books.
Okay.
So why must we sit with 3 staff members? If it's only 2 books that is going to be loaned for the rest of the week?
Okay. Because
library is provision of those books and then admin, So you've got 3 staff members and a cleaner, So that is where we have to look at this thing. Okay. Does it make sense to have 3 in this library?
Yes.
It's the same as a cashier, Why must we not change the job description of the library person? One of them at Kurland. Make that person to do library work, but also to do the cashier work for finance.
Yes.
In that way, you don't have to appoint a cashier for finance as well as somebody. That person is kept busy for the 8 hours in a day. Okay. So we can work around this. So Kolweni won't be accommodated. No, let's not raise this hope, because we had a meeting. I indicated it's highly unlikely, and they have indicated already the distance between Kolweni and New Horizons is too short. We're in a meeting here with them in the IDP strategic planning meeting. Arts and Culture and Libraries was represented there. They put it very clear. The distance, we have to look at the distance. So they said this submission that we have to make is the one in Akavel. So Akavel, they can consider something, whether it's container or mobile library or something, but the one on Kolweni and New Horizon, the distance is too short. There's no way that they will fund it. Even we said the number of people on this side and also the language issue, they said no. They can rather get the books of language and put them in this library. So they're not going to consider that.
Also, the discussion was, if you look at the size of the central library and the cost that they incur.
Yes.
That library.
Yeah.
The proximity of Kolweni and Pine Trees area, the proximity with Ward 3 and Ward 4.
Yeah.
And the size of that library and the staff that is there, it's correct what the MM said, that they said we could rather just increase your Tosa books and then build a brand new library in Kolweni. And again, there's the site which they have identified, and that's the other problem. They've identified a site in New Horizons.
Really? Oh, the Kolweni people?
No, for the library. That's the only space. Remember the school site? That's where it's that side of the road where the ZCC is. The other side of the road, there's that open strip there. They've identified that for the library. Now, libraries are saying, but it's in the horizon.
It's in your eyes, have two libraries.
It's 100 meters away from the central library. Guys, this makes no sense.
Okay,
So, but the MM is correct. Strategically, what the MM was thinking about is that we could always, if there is a library, we can look at how busy the libraries are and transfer the staff to another library. The same with, the MM said, the same with, if you look at Harkerville, where the employee that lives there, that works for the library, so we can just put her in that library and then she's there. So it's not as if we will have a lot of staffing issues.
Yes.
here, if we are successful in getting the infrastructure.
okay. Okay, at least something we've heard that is worrisome, to spend so much with our unfunded mandates, you know. So, we can keep on with the library. We've tackled an issue.
But then we go on to cemeteries. Cemeteries at the moment, not real money coming in. So we have a spending of 1.6 million on what is basically staff, that section. Law enforcement, traffic and law enforcement. Income is about 55 million. Expenditure is about 56 million. This is also a concern because not only are they making a loss on the income on the fines issued. I assume that fines issued is the major fund of source of fund here, but it's the average collection percentage of income from fines is about 11%. That will create even, so let's say 11%, that will be around a loss of about 42 million, 45 million, which will actually create 45 million loss in that department. But like I said, that on the figures it's making a loss, but it should actually make a profit.
Just percentage before COVID was usually at 22 or 21%.
Yeah, around there.
Around 20%, you know. So this is one of the areas, Chair, which we spoke about. The director will be putting emphasis on traffic fines, because this section, this department is supposed to be self-sustainable. You know, we understand the demand for law enforcement, and again, that demand, you know, is mainly because of the failure of the SEPs. Interesting yesterday, you know, the presentation by NIA, the National Intelligence. You know, I've never seen such a frank admission. They stated, you know, that we are in serious. I think we are on 87% on serious risk attack issues, which they indicated. The July unrest in 2021, they already knew by October 2020, and they informed all the clusters. So in the clusters, you've got police, army, home affairs, what is the other security cluster now? I just forgot about this other two. So in their report, they are saying South African Defence Force has collapsed. Police services has totally collapsed. Police services has totally collapsed. That they said they are not afraid to say it, that the biggest problem for South Africa is that you are not going to be able to deal with crime because police services is so highly involved. They tip off the criminals. Home Affairs is totally collapsed. The only thing that they think and they believe will improve in Home Affairs is the border patrolling has been totally taken away now from Home Affairs. From 1st of April, it's going to be a new entity, but we know with government entities as well, you know, it becomes something, you know, of creating other things, you know. So it's worrisome because we want to ensure safety of our town, and that's mostly, if you interview and speak to people coming to settle here, is the issue of safety for them, you know, in Plettenberg Bay. Our law enforcement is doing very well. So it's a balancing act, Rita, that we have to take with Felix to say to the ratepayers, listen, you want this safe environment. So there is some price that you have to pay for that, because I can tell you, I get WhatsApp messages from that lady. What's her name, Lisa? You know, Lisa, she's very passionate about law enforcement. She sends every day, almost every second day, and say, well done to law enforcement. And if there's anyone on law enforcement who's a temporary for more than 4 months, then Lisa will write an article complaining why this person is temporary for more than 3 months, is doing a great job and everything. So we have to balance and explain to them that either their rates will be slightly adjusted with a 0.3, 0.5% to actually cover that. But I think the first priority, Mel, is to actually try and see if we cannot get that difference, because it's not that big. It's about 2 million. If we can increase the traffic fines from 11% maybe to 16%, 17%, it will cover that deficit there on that department, you know. So we need the law enforcement officers. While we are busy with MPAC, double check outside, people have parked correctly. Leave a fine there.
Yes, to add on, if we increase our law enforcement capabilities, we can also increase the issuing of our fines, because now, because of our staff component, we can't assist victims in the issuing of these fines for meter tampering, electricity tampering, water, now that people are still using their sprinklers to do those checks. If people have those sprinklers running, or if they are adhering to the restrictions that we have imposed, so they can issue those Section 56 notices. Again, like with the illegal dumping, and as the MM has said, parking tickets to be issued. So it's even part of one of the top 7 priorities for this council in the IDP is the safety and security of our town. And it's twofold, because if we can show that we are such a safe town, we get more and more people to move here, to build their homes here, and to add to our rate base.
And also, man, I was also thinking that with all these impairments, am I saying it right? Impairments. Yeah. Because we will see that there are fines that are amounting to such amounts, and we are just leaving them lying just around with the assistance of law enforcement or even EPWPs. Can't we up the staff to ensure that we are collecting the rates more and more? Besides even the idea of the debt collector. Is there no way?
No, you unfortunately not, Chair, but what we are doing, which is helping us greatly, it even was a problem for me now. When you want to go and register either a new vehicle or you want to take out your motor vehicle registration, your outstanding traffic fines is going to pop up, and you can't get a new license for your car. You can't get a new vehicle registration unless you have paid your outstanding traffic. I paid now a traffic fine that I wasn't aware of 2021. When I tried to get my car license, they said, sorry, you can't issue it. We can't issue it to you. You have on the notice, you have an outstanding fine.
Chair, they caught me. Yesterday I had a discussion with Felix because I was so angry with the traffic department. I had to pay 3,700. It's old fines, but others are nice, but because it's a whole system, to pay all of those
Latest,
fines.
have to pay all of
So
it.
I said to Felix, I want to catch the traffic guys myself. You cannot, because we're gonna look at, in a new financial year, that you don't renew your license, or we don't approve your building plans, Mr. Friedman, if your municipal account is in arrears. You know, so that is part of the way of ensuring that, you know, so if you're gonna submit building plans, or you want to renew your license, we're gonna look your municipal account, is it in arrears? Pay the municipal account first, not to be in arrears. But I think we'll present that in the, and discuss it, you know, because I got
The
so.
council is very worried about the traffic lights.
Yeah, I know, this one caught me by surprise as well. I didn't know. I thought you guys were discussing it and I didn't know that you already implemented.
But you didn't mention this in the portfolio committee.
Even if you buy a new vehicle, they can't register that car in your name. If you have an outstanding traffic fine, you must first go pay your fine.
Now let it go to public notice, please. Let us know about these things, please, Melanie. Don't caught us by surprise. I know these things. It will make people to fight and all that. Let it be something that. Let's communicate, guys. Not to be. It's a psych.
And also something that might, that the community services might consider, in the sense of the route that Moss Bay Municipality took.
Yes.
In terms of fines. They are not anymore putting out cameras that just catch people on the road anymore. They stop you. You will find right there on the spot. They will still catch the speed cameras like we have, but if you are caught speeding, you get the fine there, you sign for it.
So apparently this thing worked like this in Mossel Bay. The cameras are still there.
Yeah.
They stop
somebody.
They catch you, that camera, that person is sitting a few meters or a kilometer away. They pull you over, they show you, and then they say, look, it's 1,200 fine, but if you settle here 500, then you don't go to court. But if you don't settle now, then it's 1,500, and then they issue, they give you that certificate now to sign. And the problem is that once you sign, you cannot say that I didn't receive it. You know? That's why it's working. People tend to want to settle the 300 here instead of paying an 800 later on. You know.
Yeah. That actually increased the payment rate of fines to up to 90%.
Sure.
Which is better than, okay, the fines amount, the amount on the books reduced by quite a few million, because they are not issuing fines.
Yeah.
But the fines that they are issuing. So you need to consider one is the better.
It also depends now, what did you guys put in the specs when you put the tender out, the current one? Because I assume that's their service provider that's able to provide the service like that they issue the fine. So we will have to see what our current tender says.
Got that one vehicle, which you know takes your registration number far away. Then it tells this guy, that guy is just sitting in the car, in the laptop here. Take the registration number, and then it tells this one, stop that car. You know, as it comes, already they can see that this one is owing so many traffic fines.
Oh, I hate that.
You see, the other point is, no disrespect, but your traffic officer is going to sit there for the whole day, looking at that camera that's not stolen, not doing any work. Because they are not moving from that spot, they're not finding people outside. They are just looking at that camera.
Yeah, we have to look at that vehicle. I'm sure it should be included in the specs of the service provider. If it's included, the rather pay, because that money, I think you'll recover it.
Okay.
Okay.
Creation I'm not sure why we are not receiving money there. I'm not sure if our sports facilities is rented out to yeah, so
Amen.
I'm not sure whether money is not
The
coming.
problem there is on sport and recreation, there is no
You
tariff.
must do it through me.
There's
You
no
must do
There's
it
no
through.
tariff in the tariff book for the rental of our facilities. What is in the tariff book, and I have asked them to correct it now, is only the rental for clubhouses. Now, the only sporting facility that has a proper clubhouse is the Bitou, in the town central one. That's the only one. And then there is the clubhouse on the Crags, but that clubhouse is a donation from Michael Johnson to Jaguars Rugby Club. So it's theirs. It's
Okay.
just on our facility, but there's no charge for renting out the sport field for an event or a birthday party, but we're going to correct it now.
Okay.
Okay, then we go to executive council, just the normal expenses. The revenue will be mainly due to equitable share. Corporate services, not receiving any money. Expenses is 49 million. If it's the lawyers, but anyway, we just continue with, okay, obviously tourism. At this stage, tourism is outsourced. Then we go to grants, the next page. So if we look at our grants, I don't know. Okay, grant performance. Yeah, the picture on grant performance is a little bit skewed because of the local government equitable share, because local government equitable share is an unconditional grant. So including that will totally distort the figures. Yeah, so the performance at the end of the day will look worse than it actually is. If we look at the performance of most of the actuals, it's basically 100%. All the money was spent that was supposed to be spent. The operational grants. Infrastructure grant is in operation. And then human settlements development grant, looks like we have a huge underspending based on the allocation. Yeah.
The rollover was approved to apply for.
So that is one. Yeah. So basically, if you look at the grants expenditure, is we are doing good in terms of spending the allocations that we are getting, or at least applying for rollovers. Sure that we cannot spend it within that financial year, that we at least can spend it in the following financial year. Okay, here they put the conditional grants also. Yeah, it's nothing different. It's just the operational conditional grants and the water infrastructure, your big grant and your INEP, which is the huge contributors here. Yeah, I think on the reliance on page 212, level of reliance on government grants and subsidies. Our municipality is that our reliance is about 24% of our income.
Okay.
Is reliant on grants. Should actually aim in terms of revenue collection and things, that percentage actually decreases as far as possible. But we have been consistent in the past 2 years in that regard. Then there's just a graph on that, asset management. Just gonna.
Is there a case where a municipality wouldn't get a grant, as you are saying that there's 24% of our income that will rely on the grants? Is there a way that, or a cause that can ever happen? Because it is consistent, as you can say, 2020, 2021 and whatever. But can we ever get that incident where we wouldn't get a grant whilst we rely to it?
Like I said, in terms of the equitable share is our share of the revenue of the country. That's a formula-based thing on what the municipality is supposed to get.
Okay.
There is a probability that you will not get grants based on your performance or based on your dependence on these things. So if you, that's why it's important. It's the same principle basically as you have credit.
Okay.
If you have credit, you get more loans. The same applies if you spend the grant money to the full extent, perform well as a municipality, probability of getting more grants is good. But if you don't perform well, don't spend it, you spend the money that you are allocated, you might not get next time. That's the principle that they give the grants upon to the municipalities. Not sure if we're gonna, okay, we can run through the treatment of the three largest assets on the next page. The farm 440 or portion 105, which is the airport. The value is about 22 million. The purpose is tourism and economic development. So yeah, all I know about this piece of land is that I'm not sure if it's used to its full potential. So yeah, for that now. And then the next one is the of course, I'm not sure where that part is. That's it's about 17 million. That's the biggest assets. And then Beacon Island, its irrigation plant is the third asset, about 15 million. Repairs and maintenance. I already talked about this part. Is that we are underspending our budget allocation, but also besides the underspending of the budget allocation, we are not getting to the 8% where we're supposed to go. Then if you go to the liquidity ratio, the means of the liquidity ratio is our ability to have to pay our creditors. Now the norm is about 1.5%. That's the minimum that you should have. and we're below that. We're about 1.05%. Not we're above 1. Not the best of ones. Then our current assets less, our debtors bigger than 90 days. You actually find that we go into the red. Because our biggest, because that's also part of your impairments, is taking it down. And in the liquidity ratio, your monetary asset, which is your liquid assets, to your current liabilities, which is also supposed to be around the 1.5, it's on 0.3 for the year. It actually reduced from 0.4, which it does not look good, and we are well aware in terms of that. This is one of the reasons why we don't have investments. We didn't have investments in that year because the cash is very low.
So, Saki, as you were explaining our three largest assets, I understood the one of the airport, and I understand that there's a liability of that portion of land. There are things that we are still doing and we have cost onto it. Fontaine, it's a golf course, you mean this one? Yeah, it's ours. So is there anything in liability that we are still entitled to do there besides them doing their own business?
Not spending any money on
No,
the.
we're not spending any money.
But not spending any money on that.
They're asking us to spend money on the access road.
And?
We look at the SLA, the airport companies exactly the same. So they don't put profile there either. They need to be giving us something in return for us and paying certain facilities.
For how long is their lease?
The golf course?
Yeah.
2050. 2050.
It's ending 2050.
2050, yes.
Yeah.
When were they given?
30 years ago, yeah.
The last amendment, from the top of my head now, was 1999,
Yeah.
around there.
So 2050.
I think there was an addendum signed in 2010, but that's 2050.
We want another extension for another 50 years.
Huh? Another?
Yes, Madam Chair, they asked for it. But I don't know. I don't think we will support it. I don't know. There's a request to extend it
They are still
for
us.
another 50 years.
We can't. Oh, gosh. I'm sorry. Oh,
99 cents per year.
We will just take this whole thing that Usaki is taking us through. Then I think we'll break for today because everybody feels like having lunch. And we have thought that we'll finish this whole annual report by today, but we feel that we underestimated. We'll just come back tomorrow. So let's allow Uzek. Are you done, sir?
There's still a lot to cover, I think, of that. So we want to break for the whole day.
And we want to break for the whole day because we haven't prepared for a lunch, and our sugar diabetes thing is they've already shot up.
Hey. Got a point.
See, can we just
Cost
something to be more captivating tomorrow?
How are you?
Unfortunately, I'm glad to see there's some snoring going on in the accounts.
Unfortunately, the technical person, you know.
It's his norm to speak like that and explain. Can you really keep it as exactly that note of this liquidation ratio that he was presenting? Then tomorrow we know we'll start from IDP, ne?
Yeah.
Am I right? So from tomorrow, we'll give you, Bruce, 20 minutes just to wrap everything up. I'm sure tomorrow we can have also just something like 3 to 4 hours, especially we have to have our financial director and performance and all that. Because this also was the one who's at the performance as the director. Yeah, so at least we can accommodate for tomorrow. Otherwise, I was thinking that I'll be fair for MPAC. We do everything today, done and dusted. But when I thought I will still have some time, we have booked this place for even tomorrow. And after almost, we have had our diaries for 2 days. So can we be here tomorrow at 9? Then we can finish these things. At least we know that we have interrogated it well. I thank you guys. Shall we say?